Oh boy. Back at it again with the boy. Fonk is wrong. Fonk is wrong. Hey Crooked, you got first today. How's it going today? I think my brain's finally, you're doing good? That's good. My brain's finally like saying, hey man, do you need a break? It's like it's like when you're playing the Wii for too long and they're like, hey man, do you need to go outside? I had one of those today where I was trying to work on something and it was just like, yep, it's just not coming out today, is it? One of those days where it's like creatively, I'm just kind of, okay, you don't have the material yet to work with. A lot of it's just, I think recording stuff is just not, it's very hard for me to get myself recording voice stuff. I did post a Red Genie video. It's like a minute long, talks about damage types and stuff. So that's cool. Did that. That went up earlier. That was pretty cool. I had fun with that. I need to do more video stuff, but tomorrow I might just spend the day doing emails and doing the, it's like, basically tomorrow's going to be emails and writing, which is, it's just all writing, really. So that'll be fun. But if it's done, then I might take a few days off next week just to like sit, check my email twice a day, zone out. Just let my brain kind of rest a little. Probably spend that time playing either playing something else or playing I have been getting into Honkai a little bit. Honkai Star Rail. I've been getting into it a little bit. I don't think I'd ever stream it, but just enjoying it on the side has been very nice. Because it's just kind of, it's enough game for me to be able to just sit with it, but not so much that I'm worrying about it. It's just kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm playing it. I think especially because I don't really know anything about the game's higher level tactics, so... And since I have no idea what the community is, I don't really have I have no external forces on me, so it's just, oh, play the game, discover it, enjoy it, quietly enjoy it to the side. And the most I did was I talked to somebody and I said, oh yeah, I like the characters I've gotten so far, and that's about it. It's just like, I like this character, this is nice, and that's about it, really. And I do think though that I think I deserve a break, but just a small one, like a few days, but it's like my problem is that I don't like not doing something. It's why video games are my preferred medium, because video games are a constant doing of something. You know, you're always active. It's not like, it's why I can't watch TV. I don't like watching. I don't like just sitting there waiting. It's one thing if it's a cutscene in a game, but it's another thing if I'm sitting for hours watching a TV show. It's like, not really my ideal. All right, let me see if I can recall exactly what happened last time. Let's see. So we started on pretty much day 2 last time. It's basically been a day a stream, and we did find out that the evidence was fabricated on the Joe Dart case, and we found out about the Joe Dart case, which was SL6. Took us quite a while to get to the truth of the matter with the witness last time. My brain, oh, it was and then we also had the video thing. We had the video. We had that whole video thing where we had to figure out that it was indeed Officer Marshall, and he was the one who broke it, who got into the evidence locker. And let's see, we had to interrogate also Meekins. And Meekins was a bit difficult to get anything good out of, but we were able to figure out that no, he did not die. There was no murder at the police department. And we were able to figure out that Goodman was somehow in 2 places at once, but we figured out how that was the case, so that worked out. Yeah, I think I about remembered everything, I think. I know we talked to the chief. Emma's traumatized. Marshall's brother died in that incident. We need to investigate that crime scene. Yes, precisely. And that was where we left off, was trying to investigate the crime scene, because he would not allow us to do so. That's the gist. Yeah, basically. So I need to figure out how to get into that office when he's not there. Hey, pal, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Aw, but Gumshoe, buddy. It's like when you kick the dog out of the bedroom, or like when you're trying to sleep. It's like, dude, really? It's like you're just trying to fall asleep, and this dude's just trying to be helpful. Like, really? Like, man, I think I gotta kick Gumshoe out. He's cool. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Hey, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. This is because of what my sister said. It's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Question. I want to ask about Edgeworth, but yes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Well, sorry about that, but also yes. Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. Aw, buddy. His amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. Yeah. Oh, I feel bad for him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch against them. My treat. Yes, sir. Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth might just crack. That's important to know. Also, I guess curious thing about that, I don't think I've ever heard Gumshoe specifically say that, hey, I make it careful not to stick out. It's like, wait a minute, what? So that's like, oh god, my brain's gonna lose it now that I actually need to remember his name. The other detective that wears a trench coat. Come on. Come on, brain. Don't. Why am I forgetting his name? I know what I want too. I know that Columbo. Yes. Jeez. Yes. Thank you, Kurgan. I was just like, I don't know why Columbo was like, it's on the tip of my tongue, and I'm like, please don't do this to me now. I've been mentioning Columbo the whole game. The one time it's like, oh yeah, wait. Actually, it took a while at the file area while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some girl? Yes. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. What was it? Oh, let's see. It had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's written somewhere in here, right? This power of recollection never fails to impress. Like mine. Steel box minus. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Yeah, I'm gonna present. Hey, is this the murder? Is this the weapon? About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag labeled SL. Oh, it's SL9. Did I say SL6 earlier? That's really stupid. I was just realizing I took the number and flipped it upside down so I'd remember it better. I see. Why is SL6 better than SL9 in my head? How does that work? Believe this is to be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Since the case has been closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Before you forget again. I'm gonna talk to him before... What was the murder weapon? This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. DL6 and SL9, easy to mix up. That's probably what it is that it's... Because it's DL or SL, and then it's a number, and it's like, okay, DL6 or SL9, and... Interesting that they went with such closely related numbers, but that's probably to drive home the fact that the cases are indeed related in some way. No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at this knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. I see, so now we've updated some of our stuff, but that's gonna be Joe Dark was 42 at the time of your crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal. He killed a man that witnessed... Whoa. Guy just walked then. He killed him too. Then he was burying the bodies. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Emma. There you have it in a nutshell. It's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? So our prosecutor, Neil Marshall, was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Aw. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Do we have any evidence that would make him change his mind? I don't know, maybe this. Hey, I have a question. Do you know anything about this? About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere. Hey on RPG, how's it going today? Hey. I like that emote. Somewhere? Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This is the uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Sheesh. We're gonna keep that in mind. I don't really know what to show him, but... I wonder what this is. Hey, do you know what this is? Nope, never mind. Alright. Well. I don't really exactly know what to show him, but... Check. Interesting. It's probably nice for us to check everything over anyway, but... Huh. Not really a whole lot left to look at, honestly. Alright, well, I guess the next thing we could do is go talk to Edgeworth, maybe? Go talk to Edgeworth? Question mark? Hi, Edgeworth. You here? Edgeworth. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? I mean, I'm here to say hi. First off, Edgeworth. Also, thank you for giving me the sternest look possible. Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. It's another allegation to me. Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. It's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Like some people, I'm very busy. I had a question about... we'll start from the bottom, because I don't want to ask about the evidence, but I'll ask about it. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. We didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Aw, buddy. Take pride in my work, so tell me why has it come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion boiled up. Oh, feel bad for him. Feel bad mostly just because it's like it's worse because he got put into this. He got put into this without knowledge. First, last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. Be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought this case would come back to haunt me. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. May not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. It's really the only thing on my mind at the time. We saw a picture taken around that time. There seems something strange about it. You know what? I should probably present it. Maybe present this image. I have a question. This picture is hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this is taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago? It's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us to it? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What? I'm gonna ask about that after I ask about the day of the crime. Can you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodwin was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over the station, right? Never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Yeah, it's missing a knife. Or like a blade thing. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Yeah, I understand that. You finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. It's a story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. That seems too specific. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though for Emma's sake? Very well. Alright, so, a story? Long ago in the kingdom of Shu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. Second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the varied descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed that out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. I like that we had to have the tiny little just... So the chip, shield, and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Thanks, Miss Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. I just realized I'm already lost. This seems very smart, but brain is too fried to follow. Well, you're also 2 days into the proceedings, and you don't have the context of the rest of what's going on. So I guess that would also be a little difficult to follow, because this is the 3rd day of investigation of the case. So yeah, this probably I feel like this is that part of the case where everything is coming together, but if you don't know what's going on, it's kind of like wait a minute. Well, it seems like a very odd case to have a modern court hearing for. Oh well, the story was more about the explanation for the trophy more than anything. Oh yeah, no, the trophy was he was just explaining the trophy more than anything. Let's see. Do you know anything about this? Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. But the old story was specifically because of the trophy. I don't really have any more evidence to show him, so I'll go for now. But we do have some stuff we can... Oh god, please tell me it's not her again. Excuse me. Hi, Angel. How are you doing? Either you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Hey, Star, I guess she's out for a lot of lunches. So you are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked it. It's like reading that in my head, and I beat myself to the punch. But reading that in my head, actually, it just made like a part of my head start to. It just made my head just like tense up a little bit. It made a muscle in my head tense up, and ow. I don't like how often this game is so fast at hitting me with psychic damage. That's just like, I didn't realize that any storytelling could hit me in the head that hard. The first person who sucked on a cow's nipple to discover milk. I'm sorry, dog. What? Never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. I can't. I don't have a witty response for this. Everyone in this trial is involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Yeah, on RPG, my brain just, that's what my, you could say that's what my, I did not remember that dialogue. I didn't know it was gonna happen. I don't remember this because I've never played it before, so I'm just like, my brain just went, huh? my like, you see that emoji that RPG just sent, the clown? That was what happened in my head, where it's like, I don't I don't know what you mean. That's an analogy I don't quite understand. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. But how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I will not soon forget. I like that these guys look like a cool group anyway. We trailed them for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Dude, your similes, they hurt me. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? What? Best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that duo. Ah, yes. Chief Gant, who's built like a truck. Lana and Chief Gant. Legendary power is the reason we were able to keep up the investigation. That's why we were so shocked how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark deserved what he got. But it's still obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. You don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office, became chief prosecutor. Aw. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? I'm curious to that, actually, more than anything. So Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. How could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Ah. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Gant led the investigation with Lana in second command. They were the best. They solved all the cases. Damon Gant's magnetism was, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence of the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yeah, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and was always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. So it makes this all the more infuriating. I see. So I'll never be able to forgive her. Why does she have to turn so cold after that? Yeah, and we just found out why that is, so... Alright. Well, we were able to get a lot of information. Do we have anything else? I have a question. Alright, well, she has nothing else to tell me. Eat this, you might be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Alright, well, we're gonna have... She has nothing else to say, so we might as well just go, I guess. Actually, yeah, I have a question. Found this. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. Oh, I guess I can't show her anything. Well, thank you, Lana, for your help, I guess. Oh, you're back. You're still here. Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you into the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. It's gotta be something we could do to make the detective change his mind. Wait, what about that piece of paper that was in Edgeworth's office? I'm gonna go back up. Excuse me. Hi, Edgeworth. Piece of paper. Wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing, crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Wait, Edgeworth, what do you mean? I'm tired, right? It feels as if something inside me has died. Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth, you can't just resign? The path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. Yeah, but you can... I mean... I feel like of all people, you should know that you could be redeemed. Can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Letter of resignation. Ah, I know what to present to Gumshoe, I see. I'll be back. See you later. I'm taking this down to your best friend of all time. See you later. I'm taking this to your best friend, and I'm going to make you regret trying to... I'm gonna make you regret trying to resign, because I'm pretty sure Gumshoe's gonna lose his mind. Here. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? There's something about... This Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? Can't believe they pushed him this far. This Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we just betrayed him. Aw. That's it. I made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, it may already be as good as terminated. Aw. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Aw. Aw. At least that worked, but man, that feels bad. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Really hope Chief Gant doesn't... I really want to know why he still why he has an organ in his office. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. That happens. I'm counting on you to bail me out. Why did you come up here? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. I have an organ in my office. You know what? That's a fair point. Actually, I guess you could turn it around. You didn't even know you could slap a ghost? Well, in D&D, you can actually kill a ghost. Which I guess means that you killed them twice. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. I mean, you could stab ghosts if you have the right weapon. But to on RBG's point, I guess it also could go the other way. Why don't we all have organs in our office? I mean, technically, I have a piano. So it's in the back. Wait, where is it? Oh, wait, it's not in this room anymore. Crap. It's not in this room anymore. I remember now. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card, crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. You don't do that to my card. I see. When something goes poorly in a meeting, I want to spin my chair around and go Phantom of the Opera and then disappear in a smoke bomb. Figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. Really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. I feel like I would definitely just hit the musical gritty with this absolute unit of an organ. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. It's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When the detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. Aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point, but sure. Interesting. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. On the day Joe Dark ran out of the question room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and then we went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. Small picture frame on the left. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Wait, what? I see. So this is Lana's desk? Really? This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana has always been a meticulous cleaner. It's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They have the stuff legends were made of. Does he keep it in memory of her and memory of the crime? Wish we could log into the computer and see what was on it. Oh well. Oh, that's funny. He has a tiny little piece of china in there. Safe. Statue. This is the real deal, isn't it? This weapon and these armor and this armor and these weapons. Yeah, the chief doesn't care for limitations. First the pipe organ, now the armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we were paying for this? I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be. We're gonna investigate the last thing, and speaking of that, we were here earlier. T2, Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long, though. Hey, look at this case name. Huh? SL9 incident. Wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? Said I wonder what... No, about the evidence. Normally how they're twice as long. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. Like the one that Edgeworth is reading? Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Oh god. Is there anything else here? List of evidence from the SL9 incident. As Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would that list be doing here? Better look a little more into the list. I feel like we're gonna look into that list and immediately get cooked. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in the panel to open it. Oh, 7-digit number. I think I know what it might be. I know what it is. Question. When did this happen? When did... Not that. What day did he die? 7-digit number, so that would be 4... Wouldn't that be... 0219... That doesn't really work, does it? 0700. Yeah, 0700 doesn't really work, does it? Huh. Wait, what year was this? What year was this? What year? It says 2 years ago, but what year was it? What was the year? I'm not checking that ever again. I just looked at that. I was like, you know what? No, I'm good. SL9 incident. Wait, does it have the dates? Does this have the dates? No, it doesn't. It just has information. That's not information I need. Check. No. Maybe this? Zoom in. Enhance. Enhance. Rotate. Oh. Well, that's curious. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes even moving like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget about this picture. What about the other side? Can I read? I cannot read. I'm trying to figure out this number. Date and time of death, February 19th. Does it normally have like a year, but I'm gonna try it once. Do you know what it is? Have a hunch. Oh, I know. Want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 0, 2, 1, 9, 7, 0, 0. Guess that wasn't it. I was so sure that was the number. Maybe we should check the court record again. 7-digit number. Oh, we could talk to him about the... Chief Gant, can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? It's because of the SL9 crimes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. That's a fast buddy, huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. I see. So what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. Here you go, ignoring me again. I mean, a desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason for leaving it there. He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Okay, let's try it again. So we're gonna try getting into this again. I'd like to say that it's... Yeah, I think I know what number it is, but... Do I actually know, though? Okay, let me look really quick. You know what I probably could do, just to save myself a little bit of time? I'm gonna save right here, so if I mess it up again, I can just try again. Okay, here goes nothing. Okay, Oh... 2. He would be way more secure if he changed anything, but it's interesting to me that he doesn't. Yeah, I feel like it's a curious detail that he specifically doesn't change anything and wants to preserve the scene, but also if he wanted to keep this safer, wouldn't he want to, you know, keep it? Code input error. Okay, load, go back. Okay, let me read the court record again so I can double check. It is curious to me though that he would actually keep things like that around. Because out of what, sentiment or something? 'Cause that seems a little bit almost too, that seems almost silly, right? Like, why would you keep something like this if you're certain, unless you're certain nobody will figure it out? That seems odd. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's a date I would know, so I don't know. Oh! Maybe... 0219277? That seems a little weird, but... Maybe it's the order of the numbers. Maybe it's... 2702197? I don't know. I think last case you got stuck on dates. Yeah, I did too. It was the last date. It was the same thing. I think this happened the last time too. I'm gonna try one more time, and if I can't get it, then I'm just gonna... I should not have pressed the button. Okay. Yeah, because the trouble is I don't have the dates actually down. I don't have years, so I can't use that. I know that it's February, so it'd be the second it'd be the second. So it'd be the second month, so it'd be, I think I'm thinking that 02, because it would be like the second month, so it'd be 02. I wonder if that's not helping me. But maybe 219? 219. I don't really know the hypothetical year though, so I guess that's the problem. Part of me, no, I mean the last case had you stuck thinking a safe code must be a date. Oh yeah, you're right. Are you right? Oh yeah, you're right. Wait. Just gonna mash buttons so I can check the thing really quick. Wait, why don't I just check us off? Wait, why don't I just 7-digit number? Examine. Wait, do you have your code in your desk? Nope. Do you have your code anywhere else? Maybe it's something else. It's gotta be something else then. I think you're right. Hey, window. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through and jump inside. This is the 15th floor. No, I was just saying. Saying what? Since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So always doesn't go through crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Well, what else? What else would work? You can see pretty far 15 stories up. If you were to drop the suit from here, at least Chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Are there any other important numbers in our case, though? Wait a minute. Maybe it's, if it's not a date, then it must be a time? Well, if we classify it, 17, 15, 221 is a 7-digit number. Seems kind of like a... Oh, I know what his number is. Oh, I just figured it out. I know what the number is. I think. This is gonna be stupid. This is gonna make me annoyed, isn't it? Because I know what it is, and it's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me that I know what it is. I did the wrong number over. Let me in! Let me in! Really? I knew it too. It was like, oh yeah, that's his ID number. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7's. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777, that ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This can only be one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, can anyone care to look inside? Oh, I wonder what's inside. Oh, it's just a piece of paper. It's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth with a handprint on it. No, I mean, but this is a handprint, right? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. When you guessed all 8s, I thought how funny would it be if you got it on accident. You know what's even worse, Crooked? If I had gotten it on accident and gotten all 7s, I would have been like, wait, how did I do that? I would not have put it together that was the ID card because I didn't remember the ID card. Hey, Drifter, how's it going today, by the way? You got second, too. That's impressive. Yeah, Crooked, if I had gotten it on accident, I probably wouldn't have remembered the connection to the ID card. Now to prove the relevancy. How are these 2 items so we can show the detective? Oh, I actually know this one. Still on my way to work. Ooh, still good though. I know this piece. Whoops. Where is it? Where is the evidence? Had to pop in for the final Phoenix Wright stream. I hope, I wonder if it will be the final stream, but we'll find out. Examine. Actually, wait, no, not examine. Court record. Wait, where is the stuff? Check. Oh, there's this, but... Where is evidence? Where is this? My French is horrible, but my detective skills are not. But why? Where is the piece? Check. Actually, glad we got you to try this out. I feel like, to be honest, I feel the same way about all the games that I've ever had you guys redeem for. Just to be entirely honest, it's like, if I didn't have that system in place, there are so many games I wouldn't have gotten to try this in the last year and a half. And it makes me happy that this encourages me to experiment and try new games and to learn more about these really cool games that I didn't really get to try out. And I'm happy with this. I'm really happy that this is... I'm just happy that I get to play all these cool games. It makes me happy too that there's a mix of the familiar and the new, and it makes me happy. Let's see, present. Actually, wait, yeah, let me present him this. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any more information. That's why I have to get it all in my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share with to begin with. Gotta stay positive. I'm trying to figure out... Examine. Maybe... Nope, not this. There are the newer games as well as spin-offs. Maybe another time, though. I know that I'm going to get through the trilogy first, I think. I think this trilogy first, and then... I know that the Apollo Justice games are coming out at some point, so that's going to be fun on the Switch. I also need to see about some of the other ones. I want to try the... I think before I ever do... I know there's a Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright crossover. Before I play those, I'd have to play a Professor Layton game. There's also Miles Edgeworth games. Those also sound fun. Those would also be fun. It's like playing Shadow the Hedgehog, but they actually... they didn't make it different from the rest of the games. Let's see. Check. Okay, I need to figure out how to prove this evidence relevancy. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? Remember when the three of us were put that back together? Oh, those are the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. It's different. Yeah, well, it's different, but it's like the prosecution. Miles games are pretty different. Well, I mean, it still sounds fun, though. Wasn't the piece of evidence? Right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know the fragment we just found? I mean, this one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Yeah, let's assemble the fragments. Let me take that shard. I'll have a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie could do. Here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Combine. Oh. What is up with this blood on it? There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? That piece you just attached. It's different from the others. What do you mean? There's a reddish line on it? Reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? It looks like a symbol. Check. Can I see what's on here? This. What does this mean? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain on it. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains are on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line. It is odd. I like that we could spin the jar. Fingerprints, maybe. I don't think he'd like that too much, but we can try. Court record. We need to find the fingerprints. Spray. Just spray everything. It's fine. Lol. It's just yes, fingerprints. You right. Attack the things. Is that for balloon? For blood? Maybe. I'm gonna check at least. No, luminol. Yeah, it is, but I'm gonna check anyway. Oh, hey. Hey, look at that. Hey! I found blood. This area must have been covered in blood. Is this from the incident? Must be. When prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered 2 years ago, I've passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. Huh, wonder if there's blood near over here. Spray the floor. Ba, 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 ba. Well, what would you know? I don't know. I do not know what I cannot know. That's kind of silly. Ba, 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 ba. Better to double check though. No sense of being reckless. Alright, well, we did that. Alright, well, we're good there. Question. Well, we need to figure out the evidence, the leather glove evidence, so... Present. Can I present you this? Feel a lot better now the jar is complete. This only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? This account reminds me. Ooh, you right. Here, let me calibrate really quick so I can make sure that it's working properly. There we go. Whew. I have now transformed early. We have the button to transform me at any time. Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial might just hinge on this. We have the jar. Okay, so what do we do? Check. Can I use... What does it mean? I wonder what it means though, because it's clearly got some meaning here. I don't know, let me turn it upside down. There are people over my workplace yesterday that are trying to share the importance of washing your hands well. I feel like washing your hands is important. I mean, it's kind of a no-duh when you say it like that, but it's like, there are times at my college where I would be visibly disgusted when I saw somebody in my major walk into a bathroom and then walk out and their hands were dry, and I'm like, dude, you did not go to the bathroom and to come out with dry hands. You are not about to do that to me. They got me to put my hands in their blacklight to show where any germs might be. Oh, well, that's also a bit. That's also a bit. Ugh. Which when I did totally clean, I feel like I would just feel like self-conscious even if my hands were totally clean. I'd still be like, do you really have to check twice? I wash my hands, dude. It's like I use soap and water. Let's see. Okay. They gave me some UV gel to highlight any. The UV gel? Still totally clean. That's pretty cool though. It's kind of cool that they even have that kind of stuff. Something interesting about that. Let's see, window, theme park, window, armor, window, ground. Oh, you know what? Maybe I could. I actually have no idea. Just wait a minute. Spray. I don't know why my hands are too clean. They're clean of all the sins of the world, truly. They are clean of all of the planet's sins. See, apparently. It's kind of impressive. Is there any blood anywhere else? Can I spray the luminol on something else? Can I present you evidence? That's what the chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know when we first came in here? Yeah. Looks like the right side's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list was really half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form palette, the back. Yeah, we took a look at the back too. Check. I'm gonna double check the back and see if we can get more information about it. Nope. Well, no, not more information, but... Why is this sketch on the back of the evidence? What is it? Did you find something? Can't quite make it out. Keep quiet for now. Oh, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that? Better not forget about this picture. Very curious why this is the case, though. I also wish I knew if we could read the evidence. Okay, can we... Can I go take this to... Oh, not that. I'm gonna go take this down to Edgeworth really quick and see if maybe Edgeworth can help me? Move. Underground. Move. Edgeworth. Hey, I have a question. Present. I have a question. About this. Right? Please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the... Boy, it's the other half of your evidence case, of your evidence. What do you mean? What about this jar? Please. Discuss the jar with me, my man. I wish to discuss the jar. Please. Ah. Alright, well, we're gonna go back to the office then, because I missed something for sure. Hi, Angel. I'll see you later. I'm going up to the chief's office. I'll see you in another time. Chief. I leave for 2 minutes, and we just all of a sudden find Chief Gant standing there. He's like, hey, you having fun in my office? Where I told you not to be? Do you understand how big my muscles are? Do you understand what danger you're in? What a jarring lack of interest. I find it almost a little confusing that he did not care more than anything, which is kind of worrying, if I'm being honest. But to what end? Discuss the Jarl, sparked a mental image of Phoenix holding it up to Edgeworth and shouting. Oh, discuss the jar. My brain read that as Jarl for some reason. Just Phoenix holding it up like, discuss the jar! We must discuss this item with me. You must. There is no option. You must discuss the jar. Wait, what if I present the picture to him now? Present. Question. Do you recognize this jar? Okay, what do I do? What do I do, Lord? Maybe I could check it again? Yeah, there's the jar. I know this is the jar. Maybe if I examine this again, maybe? The day Joe Dark ran out of the room. So seeing me as a war trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Alright, so yeah, not more of the same, but wait, what? This mark looks like some kind of flower. Word is it's designed to have the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have the badges too? Design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful, but Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. Badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? Guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. Let's see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Okay, so that's the flower. Okay, so I didn't actually see that yet. Can we please discuss the jar? Can Edgeworth please come in? Wait, he has paintings on the ceiling? Did he present something to Gumshoe to actually use the evidence in question? Yeah, well, see, you know what's the thing, Crooked? I know you're not wrong because of the fact that this has happened before where I get stuck on something because, okay, I need to figure out what evidence he wants to see. But what evidence does he want to see? Marshall's fingerprints. I'm trying to think of exactly... Oh, maybe it's this. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Oh, it's just this. Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Who we just found out is our man, 77. That's 17 too many. An executive officer. I might just have a hunch. Yep, so that was him. Present? Okay, well, that wasn't it, but... Okay, well, we gotta figure out what evidence he wants to see. I'm not 100% sure yet. It's like some part of me is thinking I got it, but then every time I think I got it, it's a little bit further back. What about this? No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for a murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. Should they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, you better do. I think you'll do better pleading than Edgeworth. Oh, it's that handprint, the one that's on the other door. Where is that evidence? I think I know what that means. Where is that evidence? Neat. That wasn't what I wanted, but I'll take it. Let's see. Oh wait, present this. Nope, never mind. Okay, well that wasn't what I... We gotta keep staying positive for our boy, but... How about this? Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, you knew what it was right at the bat. Well, I am master of misplacement, you know. Master, that's such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Okay, well that... What about this? Nope, okay, nope. Not what we needed. Ah, I see. Well, I am pretty sure it's one of these pieces of evidence, but... Wait, maybe it's the knife. Knife. This knife belonged to the murderer Joe Dark, right? You bet. If it wasn't for this piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife, yep, okay, it was found inside the body. Ever since that case was solved, this knife's been in Detective Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car? Not only that, it was wrapped in Alana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal. You're not wrong. You did have it for a moment, but did you accidentally hit the wrong button? You know, I just realized exactly what I was doing wrong. And I just realized what you meant, and my brain went, you know, you probably could use this. And it was just like, duh. It just had the realization of, wow, you really had to keep skipping over this, did you? What about this? Ted the Gumshoe. I'd like you to have to take a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. Hey, so you want to take some fingerprints? Oh, yeah, let's do that, actually. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! Yeah, that's right, the one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? I mean, you know, it's still funny. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, then once they've been absorbed in the prints, blow the rest away. Hey, my mom, I don't have to be told 1,000,000 times. Just 5. Alright, time to do my favorite thing in the world. Whoops. Just and we're gonna spray a little bit more, spray a little bit more, use up our entire budget, and perfect. Okay, well, it's not Damon Gant, that's for sure. Let's see. No, it's not our boy Meekins. It's not Jake Marshall. It's not Goodman. It's not Gumshoe. It's not Lana Sky, but it's pretty close. Oh, it's Emma. What the? How does... Wait, what? Why is Emma's handprint on this thing? What? No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they, huh? Seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought it'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's that? What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Okay. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat. Chief Gant. Ah, jeez. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. So I walked to my meeting. Happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Aw, dude. Now then. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop your ID on the way. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. You without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright? I don't like that. In the slightest. Look, pal, if I had told you once 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits. You know, you just had to go sneak it in there like that, didn't you? Thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all the time? Hey, anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. I'm gonna go talk to Lana if I can. I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Lana about this. Hi, Lana. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning, so he's thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentioning you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Hey, question. What is this? Starting to see the hunger in your eyes. I have to admit I was a little more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. Yeah, it's Gant. It's Gant. Well, Miss Guy. Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. She's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Can you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? You were partners until 2 years ago. Respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second command. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. The jar. The jar, given that he hid it. The jar. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? Pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. I love how this is a rudimentary form of game mechanic they wouldn't make happen until 2, but of course they had made 2 by the time this case was made. It's still so cool, though. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? You cannot expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. It's more accurate than cooperate. Though I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. No, when I found the body, this knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Oh, well that's lovely. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife, that's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. So I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. Then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Ah, so that's what she saw. She saw her stabbing a corpse. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't even want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by any means possible. Man, this game, the story, the actual conclusion of this is so, that's insane. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. And then I called my sister to tell her what happened, to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? Didn't want anyone on the force to know about it. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Man, it's such a good mechanic, though. It's also just, man, the story is so good. Had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth did you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. You mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Goodman to try to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. Wow. You say your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Man, Lana, thank you for explaining everything, but geez. Afraid that's all I can tell you, but Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. I feel like Lana doesn't understand that Phoenix Wright chases justice. He does not care about the consequences. Oh boy. Man. I do like though that if I play this game and then go right into the second game, it probably will feel really natural that the transition from 1 to 2. Especially with how this case is organized. Where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Hey Edgeworth, knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7 ID card is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason the trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there's still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If the number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. Figured he'd say as much, so I came here to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's done it. Yeah, he has not done this before. Lana's hiding something. The only one who'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Here we go. We have to hit her. We have to hit the final. We have to hit the last day of court. For the final trial of the first game. Defense is ready. Prosecution is ready. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant is here? Hi, Chief. How are you doing? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. She told her, he told her what to say. He told her what to say. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make a simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Well, we have to object. You can't, Your Honor. Defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services, but Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I'd like you to render your verdict now, if you please. The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, though this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. Here's the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Thank you, Edgeworth. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Oh my god, Edgeworth is doing Edgeworth. Yes. Get a clap back. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Wait, Edgeworth is... Dude, Edgeworth is just... The exposure of truth sends results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. It's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. I want to kill this man. What is wrong with you, dude? Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. So you guys just decided to take the horse by the reins. The fact alone that Gant is like, are you serious right now? He's not even concealing himself very well anymore. What a dork. Hi, Emma. How you doing? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered a serial killer, Joe Dark. The Joe Dark killings? Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Sure, gave in fast. Thank you, Judge, for just letting us get into this. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesterday has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I am thoroughly impressed by Edgeworth's desire for justice. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. I see. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will become soon apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I feel like this is going to get very wild very quick, isn't it? Okay, save. Alright, I'm gonna press everything just to make sure. Actually, yeah. Wait, this. Wait, I want to press this first. Wait, hang on. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look, and that's when I saw him. Wait, how was Neil Marshall in there? What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. Assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. I see. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but... I need to check something. Where was he stabbed? Can I see this very quick? Died from blood loss. Single stab wound piercing heart. Okay, he was stabbed in the chest. Never mind. Okay. Wait, that piece of cloth, what is that? I'm gonna press the last thing and see what I can get. It must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. Pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, I'm gonna press everything and see if that just... 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they share the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I always wanted to play that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised she would take me to dinner after she finished her work. All right, so we have more. That's that one. Neil. I'm gonna press here too. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? But then the lightning flashed outside again. That sudden flash left an unmistakable image in the scene in my mind. Told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. So, hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Mr. Wright, have you had enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Drew a picture of the scene once, but seems to have been lost. I have the picture. Miss Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that for the prosecutor of this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence case for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn... What is this? What's this? It's an image. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. We found the picture. The evidence. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other? What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in this case ever reached you. What? 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 The number of H's there were amazing. Mrs. Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Gooden handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. I see. Wait a minute. If half the list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, it's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me... He just turned the piece of paper over and there's just like the most foul picture known to man. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clear this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. You have to traumatize me with the music again. Will you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. She absolutely did not see Joe Dark stabbing somebody, did she? This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. I almost want to think outside the box and say that it is not the case. This is the picture I drew. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Let me save. I'm gonna check something very quickly. I'm gonna check this really quick, actually. So at the time, you didn't know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around. That's when the lightning flashed. I see. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I'm gonna press here very quickly. Sorry for asking so many questions, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. Drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Well, that's strange. She claims it's exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction. Wait, that's a... I just realized that picture shows a very square object, not a... Why is that such a square? I'm gonna present here, because I'm curious. Wait a minute. I know what that is. That's the other half of the statue. That's the halberd half of the statue from the King of Prosecutors statue. That's not a knife. Yeah, I know what that is. That's not... Nope, that's not it. Load, but go back. Wait a minute. But yeah, I know what this is now. That's not a knife. That's no knife. But how? No, not that. This? No, not that. This? No. Load. Go back. Run it back. Wait, can I check? Wait, can I check the evidence list? Wait, I want to see this. This looks very weird. It looks so weird. What have you got there? A halberd? No! There has to be evidence presented. Present. Ah. Wait, no, I present the knife. It's the knife. Knife. Nope, it's not that. Ah. Crap. All right, I gotta figure this out because, man, you must have fainted. I want to make sure here. I'm gonna check here really quick. You didn't see the actual murder take place. No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. It does not make me laugh. This is murder. I'm gonna just press here really quick. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Gant and Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory must have still been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture is all painted in black? Okay, yeah, so... I'm gonna push here. I forget what I got here. Okay, no, we did this one already. Okay. Okay, so we've pressed every piece of evidence. We've pressed every point of her testimony. So now I just need to figure out where to press the information I have. But what do we have? You're on the right track, but the contradiction is shown by a document. Ooh. I'm gonna look very quickly just to be safe. So there, I'm gonna read through the documentation very quickly just so I can make sure I know what I'm reading. Wait, witnesses was Lana Sky? No, it's not that. It was not Lana Sky. Maybe it's the autopsy then? Probably be the autopsy then. Or... it's, I'm gonna double check the autopsy, but... ah! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you just simply pointed out this contradiction. Well, part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report. Take that! It is here, I see. The contradiction lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off of the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? Can I just say, Edgeworth must have a permanent handprint where he slams his desk every time. The prosecution's desk just has a handprint where Edgeworth just keeps slamming his hand down, you know what I mean? Just constantly slamming his hand on it. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mrs. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Ah! Order. 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Oh man, it's so wild to see this happen though. To receiving the King of Wait a minute. Wait, go back a moment. That knife. Wait a minute. Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. That knife. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could have been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. The real murder weapon... Oh, crap, I wasn't able to save up to this point. Crap. I did not get to save. I wish I saved before we got here because now I don't have my reset button on hand. Uh-oh. A broken knife had to have been the real murder weapon. But it's not this. I don't think it's this. If this is the murder weapon... Wait, it is the murder weapon, but... Perhaps. It's not Edgeworth's knife. I'm just making sure. I'm going through my evidence really quick. Hang on. It's not the jar. The jar is not the murder weapon. Because that doesn't make any sense. It's not the screwdriver. Wait, if anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? Sure, this is very amusing to me, Miss Wright. Can I? Crap. Please give me another chance. The real murder weapon. Okay, then the only other weapon is the screwdriver? Yeah, I don't think it's either the screwdriver or the jar, and I don't think either of them. Don't think this makes sense. Should wait. It's not this. Thank you for this. Ow. Well, then the only other thing that could be a stabbing weapon is this. Thank you, Edgeworth. All right, well, I'll be right back. Hang on. Let me go back. Be right back. Hang on. Okay, we're gonna speed run really quick. Okay, we need to go back through this really quick. You're 2 steps ahead. It's all admitted the proceedings. You took a step back. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, we're gonna get back here. I'm gonna save really quick so I can save, so I can get past this point. I feel like this happens a lot with this game where I get too far ahead and I don't quite know how to... Okay, we're gonna get back to where we were. So the tip, so yes, the tip was found in there. Slamming the slam the desks. So I asked her so many times, but if she was sure, then there is the explanation for the inconsistency. So the knife was found. All right, so we got to this part again. So we know that the knife, we know now that the knife, there's another murder weapon. Please allow me to go through the events. Yep, okay, so we're gonna go through this again. So the knife, it's not the jar, it's not... Okay, I'm trying to think, what other... I feel like this is the problem, is I get too far ahead of myself, and I don't really know where it is. That's true, then there is no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. So what is the other murder weapon? So there is another one. But what is the other weapon then? All right, now that I've saved closer, I should be a little bit better to move through. Okay. You're 2 steps ahead. It's all amid the proceedings. You took a step back. Oh! Is it this? It is not this. Go back. Go back. It was not that. I am not that smart. I feel like my brain with this game sometimes gets broken because it's like, okay, what do I was too... You called it. Oh, wouldn't it be in this picture then? The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Oh, it was the picture. Okay, that would explain why I wasn't quite understanding. Right here inside this picture, there's a picture of the award ceremony. Ah, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we just concluded earlier, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was all in likelihood from this award. Ah, so it was... So I did call it. You are right. So you're right. So I did call it. So he took the thing off of it. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Wait. But that means... Well, the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? No, that means that is correct then. But too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait. I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you tell us what you recalled? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Wait a minute. Emma's recollection. What is that on the floor then? When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning. That's why I saw the blue badger. He was in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what are you doing? Main seat in the defense chair, but you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense shall begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. We're getting to the core of the matter. Again, this is the Blue Badger case. I'm very curious what the Blue Badger has to do with this. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I knocked away the man with the knife. I'm gonna press this. What do you mean? Are you sure about this? Of course, see, I even drew a picture of him. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist until 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at there. But I have this night feeling I had seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you think that thing hadn't caused enough commotion. Where in the room do you see him dancing? His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with this winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember. He has the 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't possibly exist 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. By all means, tell me what the shadow really was. What's the Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is the Blue Badger really? Blue Badger hadn't been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that the fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. In this case, very well. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Wait, no, wait a minute. Wait, can I look at this again? I'm tilting my head, sorry. I had to tilt my head. Well, it's a 3-pronged thing on the floor. If it's not the Blue Badger, then what was it? I'm just making sure. I think I know what it is, but I think it's this. I'd like to say it's this. I am very The mysterious blue badger is in fact this. But that's... Or what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Rotate. Rotate. Rotate banana. Rotate faster banana. Go. Go. What if I rotate a bit faster? Rotate? Rotate. Rotate. ODaM has finally lost it. Rotate. This is... I feel like rotate is probably one of the funniest things I've ever heard, though. Rotate faster. If you guys haven't seen that meme yet, start speaking in tongues. Have you guys ever seen that meme, the rotate with Excalibur? It makes me laugh a lot. Rotate faster, banana. This seems wrong. This seems very wrong. It just seems very incorrect, if I'm being honest. I think it's like this. I think it's the... I do like that meme. I really like the rotate meme. It's very funny. Maybe something like this? I'm trying here. Gotta make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense that... I've got to find the right angle. Maybe I should try rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. You can do it. Oh, God. And it has to have the music, too. Also, you need help, let me know, because it stumps a lot of folks. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the exact... I think it has something to do with this, with the lines. Has something to do with the lines, I think. Maybe. No, it probably doesn't, but yes. How do I make you look more like the badger? Look more like badger, dang it. Appear like the badger. Oh! Turn it around like this. Yes. Yes. He was right there. It was the other way, wasn't it? It's this way, isn't it? Rotate faster, banana. Rotate. Alright, well, I think I've rotated enough, maybe. Perhaps, maybe. Maybe not. I'm gonna try this one very quickly. Nah, you were good. Ah, so so the lines do matter, I see. It was indeed as I presume. Rotate? This isn't right. Whoopee. Changing my form. Did I make an oops? I don't actually know. Also, I get to change form. Whee! I have changed once more. Hey, Devil Flory, how's it going today? I had to... Foreshortening is key. Yo. Let's see. This music will haunt me in my nightmares, but this is pretty good. It's gotta be something like this, then? Perhaps like this. So close, but not quite enough. 3D model had some kind of seizure. No, it was just I was checking something very quickly. It just does that sometimes. But it's specifically if I look too far down, it does weird stuff. But that's mostly just because it does that sometimes. It's mostly if I look like... Let me show you. Like, if I look too far down, it doesn't like it. If I turn my head too high up, it doesn't like it. It's just like... It doesn't like it when I go to the extreme angles. Maybe this. Base of the jar is the The base of the jar is the third and topmost prong. You should need to match the angle so it matches the height. I see. The base of the jar. Yeah, so it's like this. So it's actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. A lot harder. The third prong is too tall. They won't accept it. Sound like this, maybe. Let me line up like so, and then lower, steady, steady. This. What? The other way around, maybe? Maybe? I'm very confusion. I am confusion. Okay, so maybe like this. No. Yes, no. Yeah, that way. I'm very confused by this particular thing. Okay, so base of the jar is the third and topmost prong. So it is like this. No, not that. If I get it like this, maybe if I turn it like so. This. That's the bloody side. God, this is specific. Yeah, it really is specific, isn't it? Basically, have it, but the game is nitpicking. Oh, I see. So it's one of those things where the game is very specific about the angle you're at. I see. Oh, like this. Maybe? A little bit higher. Please, game. Just be a little bit more generous. Line it up for me, please. Okay, turn. Turn. It's worse because they have to make me suffer this music even longer than I should. Like, bruh, let me exist without this music anymore. Just this. I love this music. This music is a lot better if I did not have to listen to it while trying to do something. It's a jam. This music feels like the kind of thing that when you're listening to it repeated over and over again, it slowly becomes an anthem for your madness. There is no quandary. It's just, you have to just suffer it. What am I looking at here? Fuck. I don't know why it's so specific. Yes? Yes. No. This feels like this feels like a very advanced form of torture that Capcom was testing for the military. There is no other explanation for why this is the way it is. Why is it so specific? It's so specific, man. I know what it's like it's like, you know, I'm looking at a guide, I'm shocked every time it doesn't count. Yes. What? Well, is this a miracle or what? It's the form of nightmares. No one can possibly deny the jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. Why is it so specific? You had it. Yeah, I had it, and then it just decided, listen, man, what if you didn't have it? What if you also had it and didn't have it? Behold having it and not having it at the same time. That's crazy. Honestly, in any argument, this is a huge stretch. Defense has proven its claim. Mysterious Blue Badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed the dramatic points, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. No, it does change a lot of things, actually. Afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, This changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What difference now? I'm gonna save really quick. It does not change the location. I love that every form is complaining about the vase. Yeah, it's the only thing that could have been mistaken for the badger. It is true. It is the only thing that could have been mistaken for the badger. It is a stretch, but it is true. But the fact that particular incident, it changes the murderer though, doesn't it? Doesn't change the murder weapon because we already know that. The murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's in a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified, so... Yes, and that is why these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Actually, yeah. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I think I do. I finally figured it out. So this is what Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked to the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor near Marshall. He hit the statue. These white flashes are making my brain hurt. Every time it cuts this man, it makes me laugh. It just... You mean... Mr. Marshall died because of me? That's why Lana didn't want to go through with this. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. The judge looked terrified all the time. Proves so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Just that face of just her. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Tell me. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? The way she looks so... She is so on the defensive about this now. Holy evidence. I'm willing to bet you don't. It would certainly be proved to be difficult with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has to have been a wild goose chase in the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another one? What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? The possibility that the victim left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Actually, it's not. It's on the thing. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name, yes, it's in the evidence, is already in our possession. Yeah, it's the jar. Can't get dead people to testify. Have you not seen the previous games? Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? You can't right now, lol. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have Maya around. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse any of them of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the dead. It's actually the jar. Behold the jar. Once more. Emma Sky's Prince. They haven't seen the toilet episode from the side. I haven't either. It's this, I think. This is the message. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's just forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. There's a line here, drawn in blood. They have the whole court how to use the toilet. Oh, intriguing. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave it behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Oh, yeah, Lana does not like... What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. You gotta connect the dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Eh. Wait, that spells Lana. Wait a minute, what? Oh man, oh, you're trying so hard. I am trying my best. Can I get... Well, why is that line there then? So this go... I think this goes like this. This does not connect anywhere. What do I do, Lord? Just every time, just what is this? What is this? Is it Lana? It's not Lana. What do you connect to? M. Seems like forced confirmation bias. A little bit, but hang on. I mean, I'm trying to make sure I understand. This, because this connects to this. This connects to this. Just based on the smudges. It's like that. Is this an M? But it doesn't make sense to be an M. This, because this goes like this. I think this goes like this. That goes like that. I know that much. Okay, hang on. Brain, work with me here a little bit. I mean, it might be forced confirmation bias, but M. Yeah. What am I looking at? E. Just E. What am I looking at here? How do I connect dots? How do I shot web? Please. Let me live. There's nothing. Wait, there's one here. Wee. Box. A. How do I spell? E. Just E. Okay, am I... Alright, wait, let me... Should I say the whole name? I mean, it's... what do you mean? I mean, if it... Okay, wait, if it goes like this... M? Well, if it goes like M, then where does this go? What is this? EA Sports is in the game. Yeah, seriously. What is this? Because that would be... M? That doesn't make sense. What? Well, the problem is that this doesn't make sense from what I've seen. What about you? No. I am really not understanding what I'm looking at here, am I? Well, I'm trying here, man. I'm trying. I'm just trying to... I like to figure this out myself if I can, but I'm like, I'm looking at this. It's like, what is... A? I think this might be an A. Maybe. That's an A. That is an A, I think. Looks like an A. It's a nice looking A. See, that doesn't make sense though. I don't know. I wonder how many cases of death messages like this IRL. Less than you'd think, more than we'd believe. Not a lot. More than we would know, but... Oh. Never mind. I just got it. It makes more sense now that I stare at it. I see. I understand now. It finally clicked when I stared at it. It's like, oh. That makes more sense. Finally. Don't sass me. Don't sass me. Listen, man. I was looking for any possibility, but I was gonna check, okay? I was going to check at least, okay? Do not sass me. I am trying my best. It's what I've been trying to think about saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. First, I was gonna spell Gant, and I was like, "Oh, I wish too, bud." I know. I was trying to spell Gant because I'm like, just let me have it. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I wish. I know it was probably the obvious answer, but I'm like, can I please have Gant? All people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Well, that sucks. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Why are you back here, you big Oompa Loompa looking? Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. God, I hate how much he doesn't listen. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up for evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied. Well, bro, looks like the redo of Healer villain. Let's go around the prosecutor's office. They might have sentenced the man to his death. How can he just stand there? Yeah, Gant is playing real villain vibes here. Able to tell the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. I do. I want to put Gant in jail. Freaking Gant. God dang it. I had to drink some water. Man's a heel and he knows it. That's the thing. That's the worst part to me, is that he knows very well what he's doing. That's what bothers me so much. Sorry, Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope not interrupting anything, pals. Hi, Edgeworth. Hi, Gumshoe. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Aw, poor buddy. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked you to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was just talking about this the other day. Must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Seems so. Could at least study some evidence all, really. Oh, that's to remind us of the fact that Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. And I'm gonna check it real quick. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you've been unaware of. And Miss Sky found out she unadmittedly caused a man's death, and now? You're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? We're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Time to close it up. Time to go for him. It is time for us to bring him in. Court will now reconvene up for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth the witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. I'm gonna save real quick, because I know who we're calling. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Call Wendy Oldbag. Defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Hi, Gant. How you doing, buddy? Damon Gant. Defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. This man trusts you with everything. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel that we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. And now we have to deal with this dude. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? Just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Bro has more drip than me. He has more drip than most people get in their entire life. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? Let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Thing is made pretty clear already. Look at that cross tie. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? Afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Witness may now begin his testimony. This feels like the final boss of testimonies. Holy crap. I am saving. I am saving. This is the final boss of testimony. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. What do you mean arranged? Is that what Dark was arrested? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Testify! The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Just because he has the right does not mean that he's above the law. Okay, save here. I'm gonna press everything. I am pressing everything. As I recall, ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. Guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. It's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went down upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say you got lucky. What's this about a power? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. It's not funny. Wait a minute. How is the elevator working if the power was off? Wait a minute. What? Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Wait, go back a moment. I just realized, how is the elevator working if the power was out? That doesn't work. How would the... That's not how that works. It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. She had already arranged the crime scene? How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. Again, a professional. Apparently it ain't his first time doing this. So you're saying, the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. Exactly what I'm saying. I came to understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances. Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're gonna stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Okay, I want to mention there's a wrong move to make on this testimony. Make sure to save here on a separate save file before presenting evidence. There's a wrong move? Let's see, I'll save down here then. I'll save at number 3. Alright, so we have number 1 and number 3. Alright, so number 3 will be my backup spot. And number 3 will be my, let me save here. I'll save on number 3. Number 1 is my backup spot if I need to go back. But number 1, this is the only case in the game that has a bad ending. Oh man, that's gonna be rough. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that really sucks. I'm trying to figure out precisely what we're dealing with here. But I'm very uncertain what to present. If I'm being 100% honest, I'm very uncertain how to present this. I'm very uncertain of what to do here. I feel like this is the only bit where I'm like, okay, I have 3 pages of evidence and I have to figure out which evidence I have to give him. What do I do here? You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid this is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Do you have anything about the power? No, I don't actually. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation. I feel like this is the bad ending somehow. What's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then. You're involved in the forgery. Who, me? You mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who stuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's job safe for under paying to work. I'll let you know if you end up there. Fair enough. Very well. In light of detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Dude, this guy. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. They are found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Udgy. Return, though. I know. That place, right? What are these guys, telepathic? God, I do not... Alright, let me save over... Save. I'm gonna save on 3 again. So we're on 3 now. Can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. No reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Nope, that wasn't it. Crap. Part of me thinks that there's some evidence here that I could already go for, but... They are found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. I am trying to mentally put this together. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were discovered after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is important. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I'm trying mentally to do the gymnastics here. Part of me wants to press everything, but I'm also like, dude, this feels... I'd appreciate if you stop making all those ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? Have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? You can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. What are you talking about? What else? Talking about where Wright's prints were found? Yes. They're found inside my safe, then... They're found as slimy as this guy. Can't prove when those pieces of evidence were... What do you mean by that? This is all pure hypothetical, of course, but supposedly I did place these items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. They are found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. No reason I participate in a forgery. Crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh! That's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was gonna be made chief anyway. Might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, now it's out in the open now. Oh, gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? I'm sorry, what? It wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there's nothing in it for me. That means someone asked him to be an accomplice. Someone's accomplice. That sounds unlikely. That is really dark. The fact that he's like, yeah, I care about me, myself, and I. That's how this works. He's not even like Von Karma, where at least he had grandkids or something. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna get so utterly blatant in a way it's honestly horrific. I feel like that's what's making it harder to read, to like determine what evidence to give. Is that it's like, okay, what do I do about this? Because he's very clearly he clearly is aware of the fact that he can just exit at any moment and not suffer consequences. Because the chief of police can apparently just ignore consequences. It's really weird to me that that's actually how it works. Because that's what makes it worse, is that I feel like it's... I'm gonna save again really quick just to be safe, but man, it is really, I think that's what really throws me off in this, is that he's not trying to hide anything specifically. He's just out there. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Because it's like how some people of power have diplomatic immunity. Yeah. You seem to be lax on yourself, though. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone else out? I'm gonna save here. Oh, the bad ending is if I point out Lana was his accomplice. I see. I see now. Can't think of how it would help him. That means it wouldn't have helped out anyone. Relax, take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. He doesn't really hide. He really doesn't hide parts of himself away. There's no reveal of some dark side. Everyone is capable of seeing it from the beginning. The closest thing he has to revealing dark side is admitting he looks out for himself. Yeah, seriously. Try to think outside the box. After all, that's what you're good at, isn't it? Think outside the box. Never thought I'd hear him tell me that. The question is, who would the chief help? It's who would the chief ask the chief for help? If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. If it appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you repeat your testimony from the beginning? Oh, so I do have to point it out now that I have it. Okay, I see. So I have to press this again and then point out an accomplice. I see. So he does have an accomplice. Because now he has Lana in his pocket. I'm gonna try it really quick. I'm gonna try that, but I don't feel good about it. True, you might not help anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. It's a nice man who likes to lend people hands. It's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Yeah, it's Lana Skye. I believe. The prosecutor, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked to. Okay, I'm gonna save here really quick. We're getting closer. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor of the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppet? Dude. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in the metaphorical. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? Is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. Afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident. Or which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. I haven't seen that picture yet. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, so the Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? How about this, Gant? You want to take a crack at that? I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. I'm gonna save again, just to be safe. My god. The fact that Gant is so blatantly evil because he knows he has unchecked authority is horrible, though. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. It's impossible. I mean, it's not. It's not impossible when you have unchecked power. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edger said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Oh my god. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. Saving. Saving. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. I'm gonna check really quick, because I need to look. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I have to think about it. I actually don't want to mess this up in any way. Also, can I just say I love the cover of this book? That is very adorable. Okay. Okay, let me think. Hold on. Brain, work with me here for like 5 minutes. Just give me like five minutes just to work with me here. Okay, so it's either, okay. It's gotta be either the piece of cloth, which it has Emma Sky's prints on it, which is very confusing. Edgeworth's knife. Well, no, not Edgeworth's knife. No. Okay. Evidence law, which is gonna be helpful soon. My brain is doing its best to work here. Okay, let me go through all of my evidence to make sure I understand what I'm trying to... Is it the screwdriver? I feel like that would be wrong. Crap. My brain is doing its best. Okay. Let me narrow it down. It's either the screwdriver. So it's probably the screwdriver. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Which would coincide with the ID record card. That would coincide with him. Okay. It's either the piece of cloth, the screwdriver, or the evidence law book. I'm gonna try the screwdriver. I'm gonna see if this works. Okay. I'm gonna really quickly... That was not it. Well, Chief. So long as Righto here is tossing out things regardless of the relevance. Okay, back we go. Rewind time. I'll be back. Evidence? So it's not the screwdriver, whatever that... I really want to know what that screwdriver is. Why is it here? What does it imply? Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Oh god, my brain is... Dude, I am going to be lost in the sauce on this one. Oh god. Okay. Let me think. I have to look. I have to look. I have to think. Brain, work with me here. This one. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. The 7s. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Got him. Dude, the music kicks in. Yes. I really want to learn how to play this on the guitar. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations, and I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. Love how Phoenix just admits to opening the chief police safe about the use of this ID card. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Imagine getting caught because you didn't delete your browser history. Yeah, seriously. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? Hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. Afraid you've just undone yourself. Is it weird that this song... I feel like the weird thing about this song in specific is that it feels so much like a JoJo, like he just whipped out the stand, like the BS I just caught you with my power technique. It's like you just saw the whole bit unwind with Steely Dan in part 3. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. Yes. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Would have been the half-completed doodad. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do you know? How do I know that, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. God, it's so... Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now you might mention it. Well... Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Holy crap, he's going nuts! Whoa! Did you just see how crazy he just went with that? Holy crap, he looked like Dio. Man was losing his mind over there. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Sparking. He was... Wait, electricity? Sparking? Like the power going through him? After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take care of this dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body. Oh. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, he used this. It would... This? This is how he moved the body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! Yes, he gave you the thing. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Oh, so Gant planted the body in the car so it'd be taken to the prosecutor's office. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. The horror of realizing you carried a corpse to your car unwittingly. Yeah, seriously. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it time for the early bird special. Edgeworth's day just gets worse. We're just going to write foreshadowing like this for a D&D game. I'm going to be honest with you. If I could write this good for a D&D game, I would be running one of those shows like Critical Role. You kidding me? Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons, like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Alana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose his body? I do. I can't just let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Okay. Save. Oh, jeez. Prove that he murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I need to look through this very carefully. If I could write this well, I would be so happy. My goodness, man. Oh man, what do I... Alright, I just need to make sure I know exactly what I'm striking with. I need to know precisely what I'm striking for. Okay. What is the proof that will bring us to the answer beyond a shadow of a doubt? It has to be decisive evidence. Do you think they write backwards? You know what? Here's the thing with court cases and with like crimes, it's very hard to not write backwards. I would definitely have the end in mind and then plant evidence around. That's how I usually do it because it's almost impossible to plan. It definitely feels like with certain things they have to make the court cases backwards in a row. Like for DL6, what they probably did was figure out exactly what happened in DL6 and then plan out moving forward from there and then do the backwards planning for each case. I don't think it would even be realistically possible to write a case forward like that. It's insanely hard to write a crime scene, like crimes like that, because for a crime to happen, you have to reconstruct a crime, you have to work backwards. Just like you do in... It's a forensics thing where you have to do that, so... Writing it would be just the same. Okay, I'm trying to think. He murdered Goodman without a doubt. How do I know? Oh wait, it's this. It is this, isn't it? No, it's not this. What exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not to demonstrate these guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Go back. Go back. I know what I messed up. I am the judge. Better prove Chief Gant. Okay, so it wasn't the rubber glove, I don't think. But... I have to think. It was not the... It wasn't the... Alright. I'm only asking this just to make sure. I didn't just accidentally quit out of the glove and it was the right answer, right? It was not the... It was... Let's see. Wouldn't it be... Scene of the stabbing of a detective? Wait, wouldn't the... Maybe it is this. Okay, go back. I think this is the wrong answer, but... Because I know that... well, I see that the blood there must have been from Goodman when he got stabbed for real. Which means that that is where he got killed. He did get killed there. Okay, so what do I... It's not the evidence law. It's not this. I don't think. It's gonna come back later, but I think it... The print had been wiped. I am the judge. But I think Mr. Wright is I'm going to be late for lunch. It's not the right answer, but I think you're a little bit far out from finding the right answer. The game may have pulled a trick on you, not referring to the bad end. The game pulled a trick on me. Actually, already a little far out from finding the right answer. The game may have pulled a bit of a trick on you. Oh, so finding the right evidence. I see. Wait. Then... Wait. Wait a minute. So if I don't have evidence, then what... I'm really mentally trying to figure out what I use then. What do I use? Can I use something to get me to move forward? We'll drink some water really quick so I can think. If you had an option to say no, but you saved after yes. Maybe if you call him a bitch. So I have to go back. I have to go back through, say no instead of yes. If that's what you're referring to, I'm gonna ask directly. Is that I have to say no to move forward? Is that correct? You can take a penalty. Oh, I see. So I can take a penalty. Present the handprint. I am the judge. I'm gonna be late for lunch. Guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me just a little, consider longer. Does court not tolerate any accusations without... Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Yaji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, LG, I'll leave the rest to you. Wait a minute. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Ah, I see. So I had to move forward. We can't just stop now. We call forth Lana Skye. Here we go. Defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 at February 21st. Her task is to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections. The group kind of recognized people were safes coming to pull tricks like this on occasion to catch them. So many people would have backpedaled to seeing the judge try to penalize you. They put that to thwart save scummers, the devs I mean. You know what? That's an excellent move. That is an excellent move. 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defense testimony. This court is now in reset. Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana? I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright, then I have a lunch date to meet. I feel like that's a great way to do it, though. To keep save scummers down, but there aren't any further objections. This court is now in recess. Can I just say that Gant is such a horrible person? Like, jeez, man. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office. Sure, I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could you mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, hey Emma. Are you okay, Emma? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. Gant breakdown 1.gif. I want to see this. Oh my god, he is going nuts there. He has a lightning bolt on his head. I love that. Just gonna leave this here. I love that. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. So perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. Let's see why she became so cold. It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Oh boy, here we go. We gotta take to the end. Oh man, I'm like mentally just, oh geez. Oh jeez. I'm just I'm ecstatic to see what happens, but I'm also terrified by this. I love Emma's recovery. I'm happy she's here. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand. Hi Lana. You're the chief prosecutor. Sure, you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony. And remember, you're under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. Tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the one you're the only chance we have to get Gant. We're gonna get him. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony, Your Honor? Confessing a capital offense, of course I'm sure. Well, Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant had nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Mr. Wright, you have to help her. She sacrificed herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. There's no time to start second-guessing. Defense may begin its cross-examination. I'm gonna drink some water really quick. I'm gonna press everything just to see what we get. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that'll be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from that same school as Mia. Detective Gant was just a respectable detective, and that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. Stab Detective Goodman with a knife. And... every time she looks away, I know she's lying. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why he fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You said you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an accident. It's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality it wasn't my sister took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is the case, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It's probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? That's what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it in the wound, and moved the body. That's not raw. That's... you planted the tip and you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but I asked for the... Why did you do that? Come on, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. I'm gonna press this again and get the movement of the body. I'm gonna get the body too. Okay, let's get the body. When you showed up to the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain in more detail. The reason why she moved the body. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Wait, what? The piece of the jar, you mean? Yes, the wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Okay. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There's a contradiction here somewhere. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence. Sorry, I did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, this prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. Nothing I can do to make up my actions. She's lying. She's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay. I need to save here now. Okay, now I need to figure out where the contradiction is so I can actually... I feel like my problem is I'm not actually deducing the contradictions as well as I could. Because I'm trying to picture... Okay, where is the contradiction to the evidence I already have? No truth to the blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. Do I have the tip of the knife anywhere here? I don't. I don't have that evidence for some reason. Which feels very weird, if I'm being honest. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. You know what? I'm gonna save here. It's probably the jar that's... It's probably the jar that is the evidence that I have to present here. No, it's not. Okay. I feel like save scumming only really works when you're trying to do something like this, when you're pressing evidence. It's like doing it for the when you're at the end of something doesn't feel right, but I feel like for this is kind of the thing where it's like, okay, yeah, I don't really know how I don't know how you'd reasonably test everything without being able to, without the save scumming, frankly. I do like that they have the means to mess with it, but the piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. What is this? I'm trying my best to figure out what I need to do here. Nope, it's not this. Blech. Oh boy, here we go. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, what am I looking for here? The trouble I'm having now is that I have so much evidence that I'm actually having quite a bit of trouble organizing in my head what's necessary. Okay, what about this? Piece of the jar that shattered, broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. This is the lie. Nope, it's not this. Crap. I feel like this is the lie, though. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. This is the evidence. This is the one I need to break. But I'm not sure exactly what evidence breaks this. What breaks this theory? What breaks this theory down? What breaks this down? What evidence breaks this? Nope, it's not the jar. Jeez. My brain is trying its best to figure this out, but it's... Damn, what evidence is left? What evidence would work this then? Because I feel like now I'm at the point where, okay, there is very little I could do mentally. The gymnastics I have to do mentally to get to the end of this is actually kind of pressing, because now I'm uncertain what actually works anymore. Because it's not the autopsy report. There's so many things here where it's like, okay, I can see where all of this could help me prove my case, but the game demands I find the single piece of evidence that breaks the contradiction. Doesn't help that they added more to this after the fact. I need to look really quick. Wait, I have a question about that glove. Is that glove... This one has the tag for DLC for SL9. This one has the tag for SL9. Where was this? Who was wearing this? I'm so confused. My brain is really trying its best to keep up, and now it's just, okay, yeah, no, I'm lost. Okay, what do I... No, it's not the knife. I thought that would have helped, but that did not help. Crap baskets. Alright, I think I'm lost a little bit. I looked away, and did you already press that news statement? Yes, oh, the news statements? I thought I did. Okay, wait. Oh wait, I thought I pressed these. You planted the... Yeah, I did. Okay, no, I pressed it. Okay. Okay, go back. But why did you plant the knife? Let's add this to the witness's testimony. How did Miss Sky fabricate the knife? Near the tip of the weapon... The tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we need. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by finding the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound, yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did. Okay. So he fabricated... You get different statements depending on the question you asked. Yes. Okay. Okay. I need to double check then. Crap. Okay, wrong one. Jeez, my brain is not working with me here. Rearrange the crime scene. I'm gonna do this again. Okay, so planted the tip of the knife. Okay. I need to... Jeez. Why did you plant the knife, and why did you move the body? Okay, so she planted the knife, fabricated the knife. Most effective way to get him convicted was here. Man, I am actually getting lost. Crap. I looked away. Did you press the new statement? I did. So now... Crap. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound. Move the body. Knew the tip of the weapon was found in the body. Jeez. I feel like the mental... God damn it, dude. I'm actually a little bit lost now because it's like, okay, I feel like at this point though, this is when the game reaches maximum complexity, and it's like there's too many factors for me to have to handle at any one time, and it kind of becomes... You haven't asked why she moved the body yet. There's a statement you haven't seen as a result of asking the question. I thought I did though. Wait, didn't I? I did that earlier, and I thought I pressed that one, but that's frustrating. Let me see. Why did you move the body? Deduce where it was. Body is found by your desk. Okay, have the witness explain. Piece of the jar. Okay, wait, press this. Okay, piece of the jar. And it's already been shattered to pieces. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. Yep, I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There's a contradiction there. Okay, so this is the contradiction. But now I need to figure out where it is. Ah, I see. This guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Ah, now I understand. Order, Your Honor. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, It seems you are in the dark as we are, about the truth towards where we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue your testimony. Jar and message in blood. I see. I immediately noticed the blood trace on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments are large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you're the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its examination. But didn't we already classify that the jar couldn't have been broken at that point? But how could you have seen with the how could you see with the power out? It must have been pitch black in that office. Detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a variety of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything, every last piece. So you legally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana, I didn't know. After we've gotten to the bottom of the incident. This day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. She's not doing this the right way. If I found the contradictions, there's one possibility that this will turn around. I immediately noticed the blood traces, but... So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But if it was... So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that to me? Seems you two might make up yet. I had barely just enough time to move the body as it was. Someone happened upon the scene, you lose your chance to erase the evidence. Must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Anna, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Okay, wait. No, I've done this one already. Ah, geez. This is gonna be the... I feel like these parts are gonna be the part where it's just... Okay, yeah, I have to just really think hard about this. Now, what am I looking at here? Was dark in the room, so I didn't have time to check it out. Be safe, wiped away the blood. Fragments are large, and made sure I got them all. All I can think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. I'm gonna save again, but... Part of me thinks that the jar is just gonna be what I present every time. Ah. This guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found this final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe, but how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ah, can you believe that? Objection to your weirdness. If you've forgotten, Your Honor. When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person's Chief Gant. At the time he was looking for Dark downstairs, Bizzo. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Yeah. No. No, he cannot. Do you think you can really answer such a thing? Truly? I'm staying in PNG form. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create the evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Did she just bite her thumb? I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. You didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana, maybe you're right after all. What do you mean, right? Do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. What did she actually see then? Alright, let's see what we got to then. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all of the evidence that linked her to the murder. Chief can't help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The sword was impaled on the armor sword. You were the only one who saw that, if you only had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It was a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Mr. Wright, please present this picture. Oh, wait, no, not that. Not that. Go back. Not that. This. Oh, that's copyright for P.O. Look at this. There's a picture here. Why did she have this? Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Oh my god, now we're on 4 pages of evidence. That piece cut out of his vest. Could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? I see. The cloth that had fingerprints on it. Whosoever fingerprint must be the real murderer. What, but those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma? Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Well, that's unfortunate, because I know exactly what evidence I have to press. This is the do or die moment safe here. Hi, Gant. What are you doing? Oh, jeez. Come on. Come on, Gant. Do you really have to be here right now? This is the poorest excuse of a trial I've ever seen. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Holy crap, yeah, he's not happy. Uh-oh. Oh, so what, you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. You still have some conclusive evidence. No, I don't, but someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? All right, Crooked, I'm asking you this question because not because I want to avoid the bad ending, but because I'm curious. I'm just asking. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to be blunt. I'm going to be blunt. Is presenting the cloth the bad ending or the good ending? I show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. The cloth is the bad ending. I see. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. The cloth is the bad ending? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know what you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. You had a chance to present it way earlier, what I warned you about, and that would have also set you down the path. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? Not together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know his fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See that victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? It means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. I see. So I could have presented it way earlier, and it would have caused issues. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. Okay, I'm gonna save on 4 now because I just want to keep this separate. You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me I should use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene, she would ask for me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body, move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This is before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. Wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence. What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? Hid the most illegible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Oh ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's chest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. I see. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Okay, I'm all right. So if I show the evidence, it's the bad ending. If I don't show the evidence, if I cannot, wait, I can't show the evidence because of part 2. Wait, couldn't I use the evidence law thing to prove that I can't use it? I'm gonna save here, but I'm pretty sure. No. The situation has changed. So now I can show the evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Well, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's getting exciting. Wait, I have a question about this picture. Why is he... Oh, God. Trying to think. Trying to think. Trying to think. It's not this picture, is it? Part of me wants to say it's this picture, but... I'm gonna just... I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the humor at the expense of his defense. Go back. Go back. Thank you, Edgeworth, for making fun of me. Show evidence. Show evidence. Okay. Save here. Wait, no. Save down here. I'm going to make so many save files for this bit. The stuff that... The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Okay, can I actually show it? Do I show the cloth now? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's chest. Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that this be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. It's handprint on this leather. There has to have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean? It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Person who these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Emma Skye. What? They're mine? Sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Hang on. I think this is gonna work. Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl all along, and you still try to pin the murder on me. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove press... Hold it. How could you? You... Miss Skye. You knew whose fingerprints were all along, and you did act like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this evidence. That, my friends, is a serious offense. We're looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant's convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? It feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Wright makes a 60 chess move. Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. The piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, the piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Oh god. I have to figure this out really hard. Okay, wait a minute, hang on. Crap. Okay, wait. I didn't save! I didn't save again before presenting this evidence. Wait, isn't it just the jar again? Isn't it just the jar? Wait, isn't it just the jar? Because she used the jar to hit him, right? She used the jar. It's the jar, right? It's not the jar. Okay, I have to go back. Crap. God bless America, dude! The evidence that showed who really killed Marshall. Yep, I have to go back through really quick. Okay, go back through, go back through, go back through, go back through. Hate that I didn't save all this way. I need to save. Okay, go back through. Go back through. We gotta go back through. Speed run, speed run, speed run. Up, 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 up. Everything's moving as predicted. Emma Sky. Present. Move. Move, move, move. Move it. Da, 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 da. Okay, I think I can save here. Okay, save here. Hang on. Gonna go back through. Save. All right. I needed to like zoom right back to where I was so I could actually do this correctly. Chief Kent, you're absolutely right. All right. A contradiction. What is this fool babbling about? Okay. Save here. Okay. I need to see the 6D chess move in real time. I want to see what he actually does here. Okay. So, what does it prove? The evidence that contradicts this cloth. Okay, I have to look really quick through this. I have to think. I have to think. Come on. Okay, think about it. Think about it. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make it out with all that blood on the vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. There's nothing on it, is there? Wait. There's no blood on it. Yeah, got him. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Yeah, we caught him now. No, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe that her sister did it. The 6D chess move. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Wow, we actually got him. Holy crap. Objection? Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see that piece of cloth? It's illegal evidence. Is it? Order. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy. Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. Defense did refuse to present evidence. That moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not... Do you really think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Actually, no, you're wrong. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last... The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? You purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth. I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Ah, so the evidence is illegal. No. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It isn't that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Edgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. Objection. Shut your mouth. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can provide your conduct is not in violation of the law, then do so now. It's right here. It's right here in evidence law. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. And at the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. Can I just say, I love that Phoenix Wright is an actual goddamn genius. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's chest. Oh, yes. No. Yeah, we got him. We couldn't present it because he, as the authority, had to verify it on the stand mid-trial. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut out this from the victim's chest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and the only one person who could that be. Who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Are you just gonna laugh your... He is losing his mind. That was a lot of laughing. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. But your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. You've got to help me. I see. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. Ah, so this is the reality. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling that when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. It's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crimes. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who would stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. Used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. Had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. Broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Really? Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So he took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. Felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Objection. Well, Gant, you killed a man. Oh, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You have Wright here, and Worthy. These two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I helped Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all these questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards do you have for a rookie? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. Ah. Oh, you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. The greatest reward for a successful case. Her smiling. My god, dude. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking a picture of this monumentous occasion. Thank you for smiling. Stop it. I only did my job. Light of this case. Seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Aww. Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds defendant Miss Lana Sky not guilty. Hooray. Hooray. That is all. This court is adjourned. Oh my god. Holy crap, we actually did it. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Have a long face. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. That's not it. Just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered as much. Congrats, ODaM. I beat a Phoenix Wright game. Oh. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I have beaten a Phoenix Wright game. How you doing? Oh. Guess I am. I'll come back later. You beat a trilogy. I mean, I beat 1/3 of a trilogy. Detective Gumshoe, what is it? What's up, buddy? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. Came because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Hey, it's Lana. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Aw. Babby. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Aw, well, at least we're having a satisfying conclusion for all this. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No, huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Aw. Such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Aw. Sorry, Emma. Sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Aw. Aw, Emma. The babies. Yay, a genuine hug from your sister. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find our way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Aww. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth, stop hiding and come over here. Edgeworth's just hiding in a corner like, where? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Bye. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious right now? Miles, are you serious? Not only that, but I can't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Yeah, because they're the same about how they're the same in regards to how they hate criminals. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime as my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. Ah, Time Wanderer! I looked back. I looked away from chat for a half a second. I looked down, I'm like, oh, I'm reading. And then I looked down, I look over, I'm like, huh? Hi! I looked over, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, hey. Hey, how's it going today? How's it going, everyone? I look over, it's like, huh? I'm also so unused to seeing the raids in the, for me, it's up to the top right for me now. How to respond to your email yet, but the answer is absolutely. Oh, I see. Hello there. Ah! Time Wanderer, thank you so much. It's amazing to get an answer like this in person in this way. I'll make sure I send it over as soon as I can. If you can, I'll try to send an email if you can. If you send a reply, I'll just reply to it with your key. Yes. But hi everyone. Hang on, mouth isn't working correctly yet. Hang on a moment. I got caught off guard. We're in this really emotional moment here with the end of the case. Thought it'd be fun this way since I sort of forgot about it until I saw you in my follow list. Oh, I see. Well, it's good that Chance let us back together like this. But for everybody who isn't in the know, hi, I'm Officer Demickey, or ODaM, or Mickey, or however you want to call me. I am a composer, author, game designer, streamer man. I've actually been making a game, and it's actually available to wishlist on Steam right now. And I've been asking some of my friends if they'd take a look at it. So I've been contacting some of my friends. But yes, I actually have a game. Let me do something for you guys really quick, so I can show you guys. So if anyone wants to take a look, yes, it is real. Oh, Alianin 1, thank you so much for following. Thank you for joining our library. But yes, I made a video game. It took me a year and a half, and I am very proud of it. and it is available on Steam. To be wishlisted for now, it'll be available August 4th. But you can take a look at it if you wish. I will say, there is one bit of the page that I find a little bit funny. It's mostly that I remember reading up that people don't like gameplay. They don't like trailers for games that aren't gameplay. So I went the opposite direction and just made it 8 minutes of gameplay. I just was like, okay, people don't like it when there's no gameplay in the trailer. Well, what if it's just gameplay? So I did that. But yeah. Acceptable. But yeah, so I am a man of many hats, and I make many things. And I like to talk about video games a lot too. I went to college for game design, by the way. Oh, I have ended up here. Hi, Sati Rain. That's me. As someone who's already working on game trailers right now, can't confirm. Yeah, it's actually game trailers. It's like if it's all cinematics, it's just boring, right? It's like, okay, you're just okay, cool. It's a nice trailer and all, but where's the gameplay? I want to know what the game is. I don't want a mood board for what the game is. I want to know what the game is. I want to see some gameplay. But yeah, I've also written books and some music albums and stuff. The only thing I didn't directly do in Red Genie was that there was some extra artwork that I had a good friend of mine do, and I contracted her for that. But I did the music. I wrote the music. Mood board for the game. Well, I love it. I think it's very accurate when you're looking at how. That's how cinematic trailers really are. It's more like, it's kind of just, oh yeah, here's the idea of the game that we hope you get from the gameplay experience, but it's not actually the game. You know, it's not quite the same. 100%. I feel this sort of feeling that cinematic trailers are covering something up. They feel deceptive, especially if they show no gameplay. If they do like the, in-game engine and here's some gameplay mixed in with a few cutscenes, that feels okay. A little bit, but when it's a 100% cinematic trailer, I'm like, okay, yeah, you're not confident in showing the current build, are you? That's curious. Also, we for everybody who doesn't know what's up yet, we just got to the end of a case. We got to the end of case 5 in Ace Attorney, and we're seeing the denouement. We're just settling in with the. You were working together, Mr. Wright. But I feel like with a raid, I'll have to extend stream a little bit, so I'll have to find another game to play for a little bit. I'll have to look in my library. I'm on the Switch right now. But yeah, so I do think though that I think that when I made my game, it's like, okay, I have no means to make cinematic trailers anyway. You know, I'm not don't feel compelled. I have to go take my pups for a walk anyway. Wait, thanks so much for coming by and raiding, Time Wanderer. It's nice to get to talk again, and the pups do take priority. So I hope that you have a good walk though. Always good to see you. And thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I might run a little bit later anyway, just for my sake anyway. Always working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Yeah, we just got to the end of probably the most difficult case in the game, in the first game. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Oh, what? No, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lena's talking about. Okay, I'm gonna save really quick, because, now, oh god, I have to show evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. Uh-oh. I just realized I have to figure out what this is talking about. I have to, oh wait, it's the evidence list. Because we needed the two halves to come together. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the list and I had the other. We wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. Aw, Edgeworth. I love Edgeworth. I'm happy that he gets to have a good moment here. Aw, man. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, are you gonna leave? If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Ooh. I like that they just fade away. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can just let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. You can let it help you grow. It's gonna take some time for him to internalize the message. I think it will. He's not quick to grow and change. The end's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna see him in court later. He's gonna body me later. I better be going too. Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. Aw. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Oh, she bought a book for her too. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Aw. Aw, that's nice. And we get another smile for the camera. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, the one context where I'll see you later in court is a friendly send-off between friends. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Really. Seriously, it really is just a friendly thing to say right now. Oh. As for the sisters, I have faith. Yeah, they'll be fine. It'll be fine. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Is it bad that I kind of want to see Lana Skye as the prosecutor in a case at some point? As for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. Oh, the butts. Everybody. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here will be the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go pay for it together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection. Oh, we get the credits. Oh, yeah. All right, this will be the time where I get to put down my thoughts on Ace Attorney so far. Arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. Hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. Oh, that's nice. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, that'll be nice. Yeah, not gonna lie, I can see why people love this game series. This is an absolutely amazing game. It has a little bit of, it's a little rough around certain edges. I will say that that sometimes having to brute force in courts, I think that when you have to brute force in court, that's when the game starts to hit a little bit of a rough spot, because you have to really push through. Really glad you're enjoying it. It'd be worse than firing you, that's what they said. Well, it's like, the key thing is that even if a game has rough spots and rough patches, if you're handling the whole game, a rough spot can be smoothed down as you like start to take the game as your experience. You know, it's like you kind of like when you're playing a game, if you really enjoy the majority of it, you're willing to buff out the scratches in your mind, you know, because you're willing to say, okay, I'm gonna smooth this over myself by finding the joy in this. And even with the brute forcing, to me, it was like, okay, well, I feel dedicated enough to the story. I feel dedicated enough to the story that I want to figure this out. Ow. Again, thank you, Meekins. But the story is so well written that it doesn't matter. You know, no matter how much I struggled in certain court cases and in certain parts of the game, I wanted to know how it ended a lot more than I wanted to just stop dealing with whatever was frustrating me at the time. And that, I think, is a tell of great storytelling, at least in my mind. Because a game can carry you through two things. Either the gameplay is really strong or the story is really strong. The gameplay here was almost entirely strong, with only a few little spots where I just got stuck a little bit because my logic either got messed up or I made a mistake here or there. But more often than not, it was me having trouble following the game's logic. And that is just more of, all right, well, I had to learn and I struggled learning. I'm a fool for a good story. I think this game series is absolutely It's absolutely, if you're into good stories, you need to play the Ace Attorney series. It's available, the Ace Attorney trilogy, which is the one I'm playing this on. It's on the Switch. So if you have a Switch, it's also, I think, on PC. I'll double check. I'll double check for you guys just to make sure. Might be on PC as well. I don't know. But I know it's on the Switch. Let me find out. Is Phoenix Wright on Steam? Search. Can I search the app is the question. Phoenix. Oh yeah, it is on this. It is on PC. That's good. Mobile too. It is on PC as well. But I cannot, if you're really good, if you're really into great stories and you're okay with visual novels, and you are going to have to put in a bit of brain work to get through certain cases, because man, some of these require your brain to be on like 100% to hit that spot, right? Because you're gonna have to figure your way through a lot of logic to figure out some of these cases. Got another trial to get to, so I better be... He forgot his gavel. But I like the mobile version because it lets you pick up on the case again whenever. That's true. That's pretty cool. But I do think the one thing that makes the game a little bit hard at times is learning that you can save and kind of cheat the system and just keep throwing evidence out and, you know, reloading your save and stuff. But honestly, I feel like that's a tactic from visual novels that always exists. So I think that it's something that can't be avoided when you're working on a game like this. So I think, honestly, all of the cons in this game seem to stem from the fact that it's a natural part of the type of game. Because if you think about stuff, you know, if we think about stuff such as visual novels, there are pros and cons to using this style of game for anything. So, and that's true for every genre and every style and mechanic and everything. There's a pro and con to each of it. And this game wears those on its... They wear it on their sleeve, right? And they actually make it work pretty well. And I think that even if you know, there are points where it's like, oh yeah, you feel the weight of it being a visual novel more than anything, it doesn't ruin anything. It's like, okay, yeah, you have to work through it. And if you fall in love with this story and the characters like I did, you're going to fight through it, because when you're in love with something, you're not gonna really stop working at it until it works out. And I think that's really great. Also, man, it makes me sad that, okay, I'm sad to see Emma go, man. All right, well, see ya, Emma. Oh, she's gonna open it, and there's a picture. Aw, there's a picture. Oh, it's a picture from when they were younger. Aw, well, that's just sweet. But if you like good stories and you're into the serial nature of, and you're into like these mysteries, you know, murder mysteries, you're into solving mysteries, absolutely cannot recommend it enough that you check out Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And the trilogy is available everywhere, so there's no excuse. No excuses. Alrighty, well, that means we finished Ace Attorney 1. Which means, just to show you guys later, so number 2 is Justice for All. Because this game has 3 of the Ace Attorney games, so Justice for All is next. I am going to make it clear. Have you heard of 999? I don't think I have. It's usually the number that people use to 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, a DS game. No, I have not. I'm gonna write this down real quick. Hang on. Heck. Phone, move over here. Okay. Let me write this down. 9 hours. 9 persons. 9 doors. DS game. Okay. I'll need to look into it. I'm curious now. You have intrigued me. I'm gonna need to check this out then. I see. I see. Alright. Well, I'm gonna need to look into that. You know what? Let me look that up right now, actually, while I have a moment, shall I? 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Hey! Found it right away. It's on the Wikipedia. Visual novel and adventure video game developed by Chunsoft. First installment of the Zero Escape series, released in Japan in 2009, and in North America in November 2010 for the DS. Follows Junpei. Placed the nonary game. Intriguing. Intriguing. I see. Okay. Another visual novel style, I see. I might need to play this one at some point. I'm gonna put a star next to that. I'll try to grab the ROM and maybe a usable emulator before too long. I know I have a 3DS emulator. It's well known for great localization, VO, and really good use of curses. Expletives. I'll have to take a look then. I know that I have a 3DS emulator from when we played Stella Glow earlier in the year, so I'll need to take a look and see. I'll need to see if the 3DS emulator can play it. If not, then I'll just have to grab a DS emulator. And that should be just fine. At least I think so. Alrighty. So, to bring everybody up to speed on my housekeeping, and for everybody who's new who might want to pop by if they want to sometime, I stream Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday at 7 p.m. starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. So, and Wednesday we're playing Persona 5 Royal, and that's been ongoing since January, if that tells you how long that game is. It's really good. It's really, really good, but man, it's insanely long. Oh boy. We just finished this. I think we're gonna start. I'm of the opinion that Justice for All will happen next. And this Sunday, we're playing an SNES game called Legend of the Mythical Ninja. It's the last of the prize redeems from my VTuber model debut, which, oh, right, haven't shown that yet. I have a VTuber model. I swap between this and that and my other model, my first model, my PNG, throughout stream, just to keep myself limber. And it also lets me have a weird human form. But, and so that will be the last of those. I am of the opinion that I might turn Sunday into Pikmin, because I want an excuse to play Pikmin 1 and 2. So I might do those on Sundays. But that'll depend on a couple things. But I'll think about it. Oh, question, what games are in your queue? You know what? Let me make sure. Let me double check. Let me find where I wrote them all down. Let's see. We played Nights into Dreams. We played Mario Strikers Charged, which was this last Sunday we played Mario Strikers. And that was the one on the Wii. Let's see. Redeems for next Sunday. And Nahamahas redeemed for Legend of the Mythical Ninja is next. And that one's technically complete because it's coming up this Sunday. It's already on the schedule. Red flowers for Algernon. That's something about raiding somebody. Played Light. Did play that one. I did play Light. That was quite fun. I played all 3 games in a stream. Something about battle themes. Something about an emote. Oh, I was gonna make an emote from Stella Glow. It was when there's the little girl sleeping, because she looks so cozy. It's adorable. We played Problem Sleuth. We did do that. Redeem Q. We did Light. Did Problem Sleuth. Did Light. Did Mario Kart 8. Yeah, it seems like we've hit everything that's currently queued up in the list right now. Wednesdays technically have Voice of Cards set up for at some point. Somewhere someone said Omori, and I think I agreed because it's on Xbox. But that's about it, really. There was a redeem at one point, but it expired. So, and the person who redeemed for it didn't actually claim it. So, it's a bit strange. But that's okay. So yes, to let everyone know, to let everyone who's not in the know yet, my channel points can be redeemed if you save up your points. It's a long game. I'd love to see you try one day. Well, let me know because I want to write it down. I do have a system where if you save up points, you can redeem for 2 types of streams. Because my Sundays are generally like one shot, either multiplayer games or streams that I can, games I can complete in one day. Then like in a 4-hour, 5-hour stream, then those are Sunday streams and you can redeem for those. You can choose the games I play. I prefer if you choose something that I don't have to pay to get, but if it's something small, then it's like, okay, I can try. Be hard to capture because it requires you to capture multiple windows on your desktop. It's called one shot. One shot. PC? I'll have to take a look at that then. One shot. I'll have to take a look at it after stream. I'll take a gander and see what I can find. futurecat.itch.io/ let me take a look. Wheel. Puzzle game. The world knows you exist. The consequences are real. Saving the world may be impossible. You have one shot. Gameplay mechanics that go beyond the game window. Haunting original soundtrack. Unique relationship between the game and its player. Lingering feeling you're not getting the full story unless you know where to look. Since this is not a horror game in the traditional sense, parts of the game may induce paranoia. Closing the game window, it's safe to do so. It only saves your progress. Platforms, I see. Intriguing. That's fascinating. I'll have to investigate and see what I'll need to play it. But if I need multiple windows on the desktop, I might need to do so using a screen capture, maybe? Kind of hard, but we'll see. I will consider it, but I will take a look. I'll take a look and see if I can figure something out with that. But that's fascinating. That's extremely unique. Taking advantage of what the medium is capable of. That's intriguing. And of course we can redeem for, and of course we have the series that go on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Basically, Wednesday is one series, Thursday is one series, Sunday is one shots. You have to do anything weird on desktop. Well, yeah, I mean, let me look at my desktop and see. Let's see. I have a recycle bin, I have L-Sword, I have Genshin, I have Honkai. I don't play Genshin, but I have it. Let's see, I have... You know what? I just realized how oddly Spartan my desktop must look to everybody. Because there's nothing on there. There is nothing on my desktop. It's just, oh, hey, some shortcuts to my web browsers and then some apps that I need shortcuts for. And that's it. I don't have games on shortcuts. I don't have folders. I don't have anything. It's just weird. It's just like oddly bare. Then again, I guess it's because I'm of the mind that why have a background if you're just going to cover it in icons, you know? That doesn't make sense. It's just weird. Well, in any case, if anybody has any questions, I'll answer them before we go tonight, because I think I might sleep in tomorrow. I've been working pretty hard on stuff, so I've been really kicking myself, so need to get some sleep for tomorrow's work, because I got a lot of emails to send out. That'll be a lot of fun. And I get to write. I'm doing another writing project as well, so all right. Well, thank you everybody for coming by, and thank you to everyone who got to come by to get to stay to the end, and thank you so much to Time Wanderer for the raid, and thank you for everybody for coming by who got to come by with the raid. I love this game. I am gonna start Ace Attorney 2 next week, so if you want to see Ace Attorney 2, I guess just follow. Want to raid a friend? I do want to raid a friend. But yeah, if you want to see Ace Attorney 2, just if you follow me, you know, you can watch it. I play once a week, and the VODs go up on YouTube every time. So if you miss a stream, don't worry, you can watch it in the future. Just like I always watch. Sometimes I watch games back if I need to recap on information, which has happened a few times with this stream. But next week, Ace Attorney 2 will start, and this next Wednesday, obviously, we're in the end. We're kind of in the end game for Persona. So if you're not into spoilers for Persona 5 Royal, maybe avoid Wednesdays. But Sundays are always something new, so check it out. But for now, let us raid a friend. Drifter, where are we going? Where am I going? I must go. It is time. It is time. Just funny saying it like that. It's like when I said discuss the jar. Edgeworth, we must discuss the jar. Alrighty, let me close that. Let me open the Twitch. And open the Twitch. Slap it to Twitch. Alright, Drifter, where are we going? I have my notebook ready and everything. I'm ready to write down their names so I can type. You know what's one thing I just realized? Wait, I want to see something real quick. Oh. Yeah, we're with the... Oh, I thought you had a friend in mind. Oh, let me go see. Let me go see if we have a friend. I meant your friend. Oh, let me see. Let me go see. I thought you had someone in mind, so let me go find out, though. All right, who do I got? Who do I got that's online? Who do I know that's online? Who do I know that's online? I want to follow up with a raid, but I don't know where to go yet. Hang on. Who do I know personally? Oh, sort of personally. Well, Liam would be nice. Could raid over to Maniacal. Yeah, you know what? We could. If you're gonna suggest one, I'd redeem it. Or gonna suggest one, I'd redeem it. You know what, Drifter? You know what, Drifter? I appreciate you following the rules to a T. You know what? I'm gonna be. I'm just gonna level with you. Thank you for following. You know what? Actually, that's a fair point. You would have just redeemed it if that was the case. You're right. You know what? I know where we're raiding to. I think. Let's raid to. Let's raid over to the Maniacal Gamer. I haven't been over there in some time, and they're playing Star Fox 64. And I want to see more I want to see some Star Fox. I want to watch some of this. Let's raid over, shall we? Yeah, this music's gonna be stuck in my head for a long time. All right, but I ain't above the redeems. Aw. Alrighty. Well, I will see you guys over there.